What should you say when serving dinner to a ghost? Bon appetit. Welcome to the stream. Happy Friday, my friends. We're doing an early stream today. The rare and unusual early stream. And to those of you who did not immediately exit after that joke, I'm very happy to have you here. Professor Starlight, first in chat. Great to see you, Professor. Thanks for being here. Thank you for the preemptive trophies. I might not deserve all of them though. We'll see. And Alpha, Kennybody, Haru, welcome to the stream. You're second in chat. Professor Starlight beat you to the punch this time. But I'm very happy to have you here. I had actually forgotten that I was supposed to tell a joke. Can you believe it? I had forgotten that I was supposed to tell a joke at the start of the stream, and then I was sitting here with a moment of panic right before I spoke, and then I remembered, oh wait, I have this one that I came up with and never used. Perhaps it should have stayed never used. Okay, so how dare you almost forget. We're gonna try and have some fun. We're gonna play some of my favorite games today. If there's anybody who doesn't know, and how could you not, because I talk about it all the time, Super Ghouls and Ghosts is my my all-time favorite video game. I love that game. Yeah. Oh, another more needs to be said. I love it. It's my favorite game. This game I also really, really love. I don't know where it ranks. I'm not really good at ranking things outside of I know what my favorite is. But this ranks very high. I like this game a lot. As is evidenced by I've played these games a lot on stream, and I feel a little bit guilty about that sometimes. Because I don't want to put you guys through the same things again and again and again. But it's been a few months. It's been a few months since we played either Ghosts and Goblins or Super Ghouls and Ghosts. And the middle one, Ghouls and Ghosts, I've never played on stream. And the version on Genesis, I've never beaten. So when I say I'm planning to get through all three games, that might not happen. Ghouls and Ghosts on Genesis may defeat me today. We're gonna see. So the plan is to do them in order. Ghosts and Goblins will be sort of our warm-up. I'm decent at this game. I can usually beat it in around 2 hours. And then we'll move over to Ghouls and Ghosts on the Genesis. And I'm going to try and beat that. And that might take a very, very long time. And if we finish that, then I get to play Super Ghouls and Ghosts for my victory lap. So, now you know the plan. Let's see. Let's see if I can pull it off. Hara says, I smell a goblin. Oh no. I don't want to know what goblins smell like. And for what it's worth, we're trying to do it for real. We're going to go all the way. We're on original hardware. That's 2 loops in each game. And if I don't pull off all 3 today, this is a challenge, that I will come back to. I mean, not that the first and second one are really a challenge, since I've beaten each of them innumerable times. Not even counting the off-stream times that I've played them. Powley, welcome in. Great to see you. Welcome to 3 very difficult games. Hope your move is going well. I don't know if you've actually started moving, but I'm sure that you've started packing at least. There's our first key. Hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. You can't smell a ghost. Great to see you too. Thank you, Pally. I'm hydrating with lemonade. Normally I would have water, but I ran out. I mean, I guess I could have poured myself some tap water, but I didn't think to bring it down the stairs. So I'm having a sugar-free lemonade. It's all right. It doesn't taste as not great as sugar-free things often taste to me. Trying to finish packing, but we have movers coming next Wednesday. Oh, and Haru's going to bring us an onion fact. Oh no. Oh no. This level's off to a bad start. Oh, by the way, this will be a playthrough of this game with many deaths and many continues. This level 2 here, we're going to be stuck on level 2 for a while on both loops, most likely. This House of a Million Big Guys here is a really tough place to visit. I don't recommend vacationing here. I am wasting so much time. No! Don't get me, big guy! Don't get me! Oh, 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 oh. Okay, there's a secret armor hidden in almost every level, and we definitely want to pick them up. Except here's the thing, I'm immediately going to try and waste it. Oh, okay. I'm not very good at that trick. I'm glad it worked. Let's hope I don't die for using it. Oh, my time limit. So, like, the thing about this level is, like, the big guys are tough to deal with. The birds are tough to deal with. The time limit is tough to deal with. There's nothing good about this level. I'm really nervous about our time limit. Whoa. Okay, great. 2 levels. We're off to a fantastic start, my friends. The official state vegetable of Georgia is the Vidalia onion. Right on. The timer really is the arch nemesis. Oh no, how did I get hit? I guess I wasn't ducking. I thought I was. I think I will, I think I will ignore this fireball if I can. There's a glitch to fight these guys real easily, but we're not going to use it. And by fight, I mean just cheese them out of existence. I guess I should say, just to let you know, I will be a little bit less attentive to the chat than I sometimes am. It's very difficult to take your eyes away from this game and survive. I will catch up with everything that you guys have to say. It's just gonna be, you know, in intervals every now and then. I smell cheese. Yeah, the cheese is strong here. The first time I ever beat this game, I used the cheese to get past this level, but I no longer do that. I've changed my cheating ways. Okay, I have to pick up this fireball. There's a spot here where you can stub your toe and die. Whoa. Alright. 3 levels. 3 levels on 1 life? I've never done so well. You're fine, you do you. I appreciate your company. Thank you, Pally. Oh, thank you so much. The largest onion that was ever grown weighed around 11 pounds. Grown in England. 11 pounds. Oh no, I woke that guy up. Oh, rip the run. Oh, I always make a mistake there. Oh, we got the checkpoint though. Nice. Stack Cat, welcome in. I will have that bean momentarily. So I usually make a mistake by falling off those platforms when I'm playing this on stream. I don't know why, but I seem to always fall off those platforms and mess around for like, I don't know, forever trying to get back to it. Haru's gonna lurk. Thank you for the lurk, Haru. All right, let's have this bean. Come on, let's have a good one. I've been seeing a lot of the same beans, I feel like. This is dog food or chocolate. I think I've had this 3 times from this box, and it has been dog food each time. The chocolate is only a myth. Chocolate remains only a myth. Add on to the cursed bean's body count. Hmm. Mm. Oh, I just ate not that long ago. And part of my meal was a glass of milk. And that makes this really unpleasant. There are bad things happening. Oh. There's something about the dog food bean. There's something inside its flavor that is reminiscent of Captain Crunch in a way. And I feel like if I could just hold on to that that one note of the flavor, that I could get through it a lot more easily. I did the same thing last time. Thank goodness I had armor this time. No, he came at a diagonal. This is the easiest level in the game. You wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know it from watching me, but it really is. They don't even give you a backup armor on this level. Like, they knew it was too easy. They both missed, no. Oh, no! Double KO! uh, I wish it would have stayed on. I wish it would have delayed a little bit before going right to the game over screen, because that's a moment I would have wanted to savor a little bit there. Ooh, I got lucky there. One of the worst things that can happen to you in this game is like, no, this guy, he's really, those fireballs. He's really making it happen with the fireballs today. Okay. One of the worst things is you can't pick up the key until it hits the ground. And it's so terrible, because there'll be times where you'll finish a level, and you'll not have enough time, and the timer will expire as the key is descending. And it feels so horrible to watch Arthur turn to bones while the key is overlapping his face. Oh, how rude. This level's pretty tough. I'm gonna be in a little bit of trouble here. That actually sounds rude. Imagine literally touching victory, but only in death. Only in death. The sweaty socks bean really isn't that bad, Professor Starlight. It doesn't really taste like anything. It's like it's kind of mildly sour. I guess it sort of tastes like sour cloth, but it's so weak in the, like, its flavor is so weak. I really, like, you kind of have to try to taste it. I'm in big trouble. I don't have a knife. I've got a lot of big guys running around. I don't even remember if the fireball can... Oh, there's a ladder over here. Ah! I got stuck ducking. I couldn't get out of the way. Loyal to Soil, happy to have you here. Did I mark my stream casual playthrough? I hope it doesn't say first playthrough. I hate to mislead people with my tags. Yeah, okay, good. Good. I didn't know vampires could stay alive during the day. It helps when we don't go outside. Are you in some sort of time warp? Just so you know, it's 3 p.m., not a.m. Oh, no. Now, we're doing the stream early today. The early stream today is a replacement for the late stream. I gotta get a head start on my weekend. So we're gonna be around, I don't know, we'll be around a big chunk of time this afternoon, well into the evening. Probably through the evening and into the night, but we're not gonna stream. I'm not gonna stream as late as I normally do by any means. This isn't a 12-hour stream. You know, maybe 4 or 5 or 6. We'll see. Do I want to pick this up? I don't think I do. The axe is not terrible, but it's got some problems. It's maybe the 3rd best weapon in the game. It depends. The axe or the fireball. Oh, no. The lance is better. I don't know what I'm saying. Axe and fireball are the worst too. They're tied for last place. And I'm trying to defend the axe. I don't know what I'm thinking. Ooh, Never mind, fireball's better than the axe. The axe can't kill big guys. Like, you can hurt them, but the way it functions, you can't fire them enough axes fast enough to kill a big guy. I don't remember if the fireball can hurt this boss, though. Ooh, did you see that guy emerge from the wall? He likes to do that. Why don't you go back into the wall and disappear, man? You're on the wrong side of my ladder. I don't like anything about you right now. That's right, get out of here. Yeah, it's 5 in the afternoon for me too. So maybe, I mean, maybe it already is evening. I don't know. What time does the evening begin? 6? Alright, well, we're going to find out if the fireball even hurts these. The bosses have immunities to certain weapons. And I don't remember what all the immunities are sometimes. Alright. No problem. No problem with that guy. Moving right along. Gotta get off. I'll be back later, hopefully. Alright, Haru. It's been a pleasure having you here with us. And, yeah, if you can join us again, we'll look forward to seeing you. And if we don't, well, take care of yourself, and we'll catch you on another stream. Yeah, let's pick this up. It's very unfortunate that I got damaged there, though. Love the early stream. Right on. I'm happy that you're here for it, Loyal. I like to do early streams when I can, but it's just usually the late night stream works out a lot better for me. Where's the shield? I don't know how to make it spawn. Okay, I didn't. I played this game so many times, and yet somehow I still managed to forget important details. I don't know what it is. You have to pick up the you have to pick up the lance because the big guy there is immune to the shield. And this guy's immune to the lance. Nice. I don't often manage to take that guy out without getting hit. So it's a rare treat when that happens. that went nicely, too. A lot of things to be happy about at the moment. No, go away. Go away. What are you doing? Don't walk all the way over here. What are you doing? Go away. I can't believe this guy. Oh, and I got hit by a ghost. And there's another one. Oh, what am I doing? Run the wrong way. I was trying to refill my armor. Oh, that's a shame. We could have cleared the level. Those ghosts were way more vicious than normal. Oh, now we're all the way back here. Where'd he come from? Something's off here. There should not be so many ghosts. Go away, big guy. Go away. Go away, big guy. Seriously, why all the extra ghosts? I've never seen so many ghosts on this level. On loop 1, it doesn't happen. Alright, there's half the boss. That was close. Oh, goodness. I don't think I've ever had the double KO with that guy. That's amazing. That's amazing. Alright, second verse, same as the first. So I was doubtful I was doubtful that, I'd always heard that loop 2 of this game was harder than the first loop. But I never quite believed that it was true. I never quite believed that the game actually gets harder between loops. And then I tried to do 3 consecutive loops in the game. And oh yeah, it gets harder. I made it all the way to the last level on loop 3, and I was on that level for like 4 hours. I couldn't beat it. I couldn't beat the last level on loop 3. It was sad. We're gonna try that. We're gonna try that challenge again someday, but it's taken me a while to recover. Buddha Fingers, good to see you. What? These aren't Frownie? I assure you, these are. Oh, these aren't Frownie hours. That last word got cut off, so your sentence became a lot less comprehensible, but a lot more amusing. No, I know I'm here early today. This early stream is actually a replacement for the late night stream. Ghosts are just out of control today. There are way more ghosts than goblins. I have to farm in that ghost area for another weapon. Because the boss on this level is, you know, he's the unicorn. He's that great big guy, and he can't be hurt with the shield even on this level. So I have to pick up any other weapon, anything. Ooh, best weapon in the game. We finally see the knife. I've done a complete playthrough with without using the knife a couple times. We did it once on stream. It does make things a lot more difficult. Just right into the drink. Right over the edge. This is actually the first game I ever played on stream. What am I doing? Oh no, give me a bird I can hit. Oh. It works not like I thought it did. Alright, well. So long. I thought it was like Castlevania, where the knockback is dependent on what direction you're facing, not what direction the enemy hits you from. I think that's the way it works in Castlevania. I don't know. It definitely works that way in some games. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing. We're still in this. Come on, give me a bird I can use. There we go. I frequently tend to shy away from using sort of shortcuts and tricks like that in games. But I like this one because there's a trade-off to it. It saves you time, but at the cost of your armor, and I think that makes it fair game. That was close. That was real close. No! What a shame. Those ghosts have definitely been the bane of my existence on this playthrough. That guy despawned himself. They can do that. They swoop at you with such aggression that they take themselves too far off the screen and despawn themselves. Hope you're going well, Frownie. I'm gonna run out and get a burrito soon. Are you inspired by my nemesis? And doing well. It's full of typos today. No worries. I think typos happen to most of us fairly frequently, and I'm glad to hear you're doing well, my friend. Oh no, this is bad. This is real bad. I think the ghosts are still mad about the starting of the stream joke. Fair enough. Don't stub your toe, Arthur. He stubbed his toe! No! That's the worst. I don't understand how that spot works. Just sometimes you can stub your toe and take damage. What a goofy way to die in a game. It's so sad. I think it has something to do with the way the dragon's hitbox spawns. For some reason, it spawns way off of his body or something. I don't know. I'm just, this is all complete speculation. But that spot isn't always there, so I don't know. It has something to do with the way the camera is locked onto Arthur or something as the dragon comes onto the screen. I know better than that. I don't know what I was doing. Do you have a favorite burrito, Frownie? Well, because of my fear of mixing dairy and produce, my burritos tend to be very underwhelming by most people's standards. So I like, basically, if I have a burrito, it's just meat in a tortilla. And any kind of meat in a tortilla is generally fine. I don't know why I'm messing up there. I guess my favorite sort of burrito would probably just be something with like grilled steak with peppers and onions wrapped up inside. Kind of a fajita burrito sort of thing. That's what I'd go for. There we go. On a level with so many red devils to be killed by regular enemies. It's like there are so much harder enemies to deal with. The Red Devil's really not that bad though once you get the practice in against him. Oh, that's a terrible dragon pattern. That was no good. Hey, we have a raid coming in. Welcome in. Nordic Eden, great to see you. I think that I'm my only mod at the moment. Welcome in, Kezia Sniper, Conga Line Monkey, Miss Lena Lux. Pleasure to have you with us. I was just hanging out in Eden's stream. Before I went live. We were playing some words on stream over there. It's a fun time. So my friends, if you don't follow Eden yet, you could use that link to do so, please. Eden has a great stream. She does a great variety of retro and more modern content. I'm sure that if you've been hanging around, we raid her channel frequently. I like her early morning stuff, especially is what I like because that's when she usually does the retro games. Early morning for me. I don't know what time it is over there. Many words were not. She's a brutal taskmaster on words. Rav, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for coming by, my friends. Really happy to have you here with us. Thank you for the follows as well. Thank you, Rav. Thank you, Conga. Very happy to have you on board with us. We're playing Ghosts and Goblins today. This is a game I like a whole lot. One of my favorites. The idea is to get through the Ghosts and Goblins trilogy. This game on the NES, then the Ghouls and Ghosts on the Genesis, and Super Ghouls and Ghosts on the SNES. I'm pretty confident about games 1 and 3. I'm really nervous about game 2. I've never actually beaten the Genesis version of Ghouls and Ghosts, so I may not accomplish my mission today. But I'm going to give it my best shot. Ooh, I'm having bad luck with these ghosts today. I always have bad luck with every enemy in the game. It's rough. It might lead one to speculate that it's not luck that's the problem. The second ones are always tricky side-eye Super Mario Lost Levels. Lost Levels is such a terrible game. I've never played through the original version of Lost Levels like you did, Eden. I've only played through the Super NES version of Lost Levels. It's worth playing the Super NES version if you haven't, because it's got some extra levels to it. They're not really extra. They're in the original, but they're impossible to access. The trick to what you have to go through to get to them is unreasonable. if I understand correctly. So, but you get kind of free access to them in the SNES version. So it's worth playing that version for the extra levels. Because who doesn't want more lost levels? Oh. Lost levels isn't even fun hard, it's just pain hard. Yeah, I agree, Conga. I agree. Lost levels should have stayed lost. SMB2. I love Super Mario Brothers 2. I happily ignored the existence of hidden levels and lost levels. So we're on the second loop right now. Didn't take very long to get through the first loop. By my standards. I can usually get through this game in about 2 hours. I think my best time making it through is right around an hour and a half. Maybe like, maybe like 1:35 or something like that. I'm not sure. I was actually starting. I don't know if I finished the thought, or if I was just starting to say it. But just a few minutes ago, right before the raid, I think I was starting to say that this level isn't really that hard, and then I've done nothing but fail ever since that thought entered my brain. The complete thought was supposed to be, this level isn't that hard. This level's really hard your first few times through the game, but after you've played it a bit and you get used to fighting the Red Devils, it's not as hard. It's not as hard with a little bit of practice. It's just that the Red Devils are, like, until you learn them, are so intimidating. Oh, I need this platform. No! Well, at least we get the one up. Does this actually take us? Can we go to the right? We cannot go to the right. I thought we had to take the upward path, but I was hopeful. Oh well, we made it to the checkpoint. We're okay. Super Mario Brothers 2 doesn't get enough love. Oh, I love Super Mario Brothers 2. That game is a lot of fun. Starlight says, I think I'm just salty about SMB2 because I never managed to beat it as a kid. No worries. There's a lot of games I never beat as a kid. A lot. I never beat any games as a kid, Eden says. It's all right. We're making up for it now. Whoa. No. No, there's too many enemies. I can't be falling down here. Stay away, ghost. Oh. Okay, let's just hope the big guy isn't right up top. Oh, there he comes. Go away. Go away. Why'd I even bother? Why'd I even bother to go over to the right? I just ended up at the bottom on the left anyway. Oh, please don't. Please don't drop that on my head. There's two. Go away. They really felt sorry for you on this level because so almost all the levels have a secret armor on them, like a backup, which I just got and immediately wasted. But this is the only one where the secret armor, like, it's like you spawn it automatically, like it's mandatory to make it appear. So it's in an uncharacteristic move. The developers actually kind of felt sorry for you on this level and made sure you didn't miss the secret armor. The only reason I beat games now is because I stream them. Any game I play on my own gets abandoned halfway through when I get distracted. There's a lot of games I can't beat as an adult. Starlight said. There's no game I can't beat as an adult. I beat every game now. Because Echo the Dolphin doesn't exist, right? No. I think that, seriously, though, that streaming... I mean, I know streaming has made me a lot... streaming has made me a lot better at finishing games that I start. And finishing them in a timely manner. Because, yeah, without streaming, it's very easy to get distracted. sometimes intentionally distracted away from a really tough game. Where are you going, man? Go over to the other side of the ladder. Whoa! Oh, those moves. Those moves. I know the victory reel on YouTube definitely keeps growing. Slowly. I'm so far behind on my YouTube uploads. I am going to get caught up on that. It is going to happen. Like I've got a lot of like victory reels and joke reels and stuff edited that just they're just waiting to be uploaded, basically. Or they're uploaded, but they're sitting on YouTube in draft format. But the YouTube stuff, the problem with it is that it's always just, it's very low on the priority list. It's like when I have a big chunk of time, it's like, well, I could work on that YouTube stuff, or I could do an afternoon stream. And I almost always prioritize doing more stream time over, worrying about, like, the archive of past streams. We're at the last level now, so we're almost through this game. Where's the... There it is. I guess I jumped over the trigger point. So once we make it through this, we'll be moving on to our next game. It's just we might be here for a little while longer, because it's a really tough level. Keep moving, big guy. Well, he despawned himself. That was convenient. No. I'm slipping further and further back. I want this guy to drop a spear on me. Run. if he had dropped a weapon in front of the ladder, he could have ruined this run. I would have been so annoyed. One guy left. This is the last boss. Alright, victory. Victory, we beat it. It may not look like we beat it yet, but we did. The next guy is not a final boss. He's a victory lap. Our story is happy end. Victory. We did it. 2 loops, true ending. It feels good every time. And I think that's the fastest I've ever made it through the game, too. We did that pretty quick. Under an hour and 30, right? Wow. Like, well under. Maybe even under an hour and 15, since, I think we're at 118 right now. And, you know, I started off the stream chin wagon. Intoxicate, welcome in. I can't believe I just saw this this one beaten. Speedrun, yeah. The speedrun time for this is crazy. It's like, I don't know. It's like 12 minutes or something like that, I think. I don't know. It's crazy short. I don't even have an idea. It's impossibly fast. But thank you. Yeah, this game. Don't get me wrong. This game is a real struggle to beat. I think the very first time I beat this, it took me something like it technically took me something like 14 hours. Because I got stuck on the last level on loop 2 for so long that I got frustrated and I went out for dinner and I took a nap. And I had left my NES running, and I just beat it the next morning. So if the timer was running during all of that, it took me 14 hours to beat it the first time. It's tough, but it's a lot of fun. I like it. All right, so that was our warm-up game, though. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to step away for just a moment. I'm going to switch consoles. We're going to head over to the Sega Genesis, and we're going to play Ghouls and Ghosts. And I have beaten Ghouls and Ghosts, but I've beaten the arcade port on PS2. I think I've beaten it twice. I'm not sure. The version on Genesis I've never beaten. So I'm really hoping I can pull it off. So thank you for enjoying Ghosts and Goblins with me. Like I said, it's one of my favorite games, so it's always a pleasure for me, but I hope you enjoyed it. And if you want to come along and see if I can do it again in the next game, then just stand by a moment and I'll be right back with you. Oh, wait. I made the mistake of putting Super Ghouls and Ghosts on Season 1's roulette. It was one of the first to get considered a fail. Oh. Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Super Ghouls and Ghosts is a brutal game. It's harder than this one. Like if you're trying to beat it for the true ending, the first loop of Super Ghouls and Ghosts is easier than most of this game. But I mean, it's still hard. Don't get me wrong. But the final challenge to get the true ending and properly beat Super Ghouls and Ghosts is one of the hardest things that I've ever done in gaming. That's for sure. All right, so let me like I said, let me grab Ghouls and Ghosts. I'll be right back with you, friends. Okay, and here we are. Welcome back. Thank you for hanging around while I made that change, my friends. Itarama, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid, Itty. Welcome to you and your friends. Put a shout out link for Itty in the chat. You can give Itty a follow if you haven't, my friends. He does, he's a big fan of Super Ghouls and Ghosts like me. He does a lot of challenge runs through that from time to time, and lately he's been working on Horus speed runs, and it looks like today Sea of Thieves. Itty's got a very chill stream, so if you want a place to relax and unwind, that's a good place to be. So I hope you had a good stream, Itty, and you're just in time. We just beat Ghosts and Goblins. It's probably my, you know, in terms of time, my best playthrough of Ghosts and Goblins. We made it through really quickly, and now we're moving on to part 2, Ghouls and Ghosts. We're on the Genesis now. This is a version. So this game of the first 3 Ghosts and Goblins games, this is the one I'm by far least familiar with. The Genesis version, I've never beaten. So I can't promise that I'm going to be able to do it. But I'm going to try my best. I have beaten the port on the PlayStation 2. Which is, I mean, they're basically the same game. It's just that the PlayStation 2, being more powerful, has a version that's a little more true to the arcade. This is a little bit stripped down, you know, like the NES is stripped down from the arcade, but not, you know, not in this case, not nearly as much for this one. But anyway, I'm just delaying the inevitable. Let's dive in. Let's see how I can do. Let's look at our options. Okay, well, we definitely want professional difficulty. Joystick diagonals, okay, no diagonals. I don't know what's true to the, I mean, we're just gonna leave it. The default, we should just do the default. But I am gonna not play it on practice difficulty. That's, why is that the default? That seems silly. I'd say of the 3, this is the easiest, Itty says. Didn't take me too long to beat this one. Well, let's see if it's the same for me. My options didn't reset, did they? No, good. I still can't do much at all in Ghosts and Goblins on NES. So Ghosts and Goblins I actually find to be, I think in total, Ghosts and Goblins is actually, for me, is actually easier than Super Ghouls and Ghosts. But just because the completing Loop 2 of Super Ghouls and Ghosts with the bracelet is so difficult. Like, that one piece of that game is so hard. But, like, if you compare the whole rest of each game, like, 1-to-1, Ghosts and Goblins is harder overall in its basic game. Definitely. I don't know how many of these guys are going to come down and when they're going to come down. But I know they're going to come for me. Oh, come on. What? They take multiple hits, even with the gold armor. Oh, my poor armor. I've learned to love the bracelet. I usually do the entire second loop with it. Oh, I'm on a time limit. Sorry, one of my devices over here to the side turned itself off, as it does from time to time. And I prefer to have everything on. Anonymous. Hey, thank you for the gift sub. Very kind of you. I really appreciate that. And Itty, take a key for coming in. The bracelet isn't a bad weapon. I mean, I don't love the bracelet. I definitely don't love the bracelet. It isn't a bad weapon. The problem is that the last boss, and Sardius is not the last boss. He's the victory lap. But those two, the red and green brothers, their hitboxes are so high. Like you have to make yourself vulnerable to attack them with the bracelet, and just that whole aspect of it. Like you can only attack when you're really vulnerable. Makes that battle real tough, I think. I like this boss. I like his design. I don't like how he wiped the floor with me. There are checkpoints at the boss? Oh, okay. That's nice. No, there's there's a lot of fireballs going on. I see the bracelet is like the javelin, but bigger and stronger. So long as you have the gold armor anyway. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. All right, we're gonna get this guy. This guy he's not so tough. Oh, is that it? That's it. Take a key for coming in. Alright. Level 1 done. This game, so one thing about this is this game actually feels more familiar to me than it should because of Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. A lot of that game, like the stages, remix elements from this game and Ghosts and Goblins. It leans very heavily into inspiration from both of those, from both this and that game. And so while I haven't played this a whole lot, it still feels kind of familiar to me because of its association or reuse in that game. magicians everywhere. Oh my goodness. Turtles everywhere. I regret going back for the chest. Okay, I think this floor is gonna collapse if I go in the wrong place. I don't know if you can. I don't know if there's any way to tell where the trap doors are. Super G&G on GBA also had these levels in arrange mode. That's right. I actually haven't played that yet myself, but you're right. I remember that. All right, axe time. Jamie and Gary, welcome to the stream. Great to see you again. I never knew that about the GBA. Yeah. I didn't know that the GBA port existed until years after it came out. I got to that real late to the party. I didn't know about it until last year. Am I playing this on hard? I'm playing it on professional. Yeah, hard mode. Excuse me. Of these 3 games, this is the one that I'm not very familiar with this one at all. And the Genesis version here I've never beaten, so so this is gonna be the rough ride portion of this stream. We warmed up with Ghosts and Goblins. I'm pretty good at Ghosts and Goblins. That was our warm up. This is where the struggle is with this game, because I don't know it. And if we beat this game, then I'm gonna treat myself to a Super Ghouls and Ghosts playthrough for our victory lap. You're the man. Thank you. I mean, I don't always play every game that I play automatically on the hardest difficulty, but if you give me options that are called practice and professional, and those are my only 2 options, I'm choosing professional every time. If they had called them normal and hard, well, you know what? I still would have picked it on this game because of its association with Super Ghouls and Ghosts. I always play that on the hardest difficulty, so I would have done that too. But with any other game, if the choices are normal and hard, and I'm not very familiar with it, I'm not afraid to do a normal playthrough. And then if I love it, it'll get a hard playthrough. Not me, easy mode for me. It's alright. There's nothing wrong with playing games the way we like to play them. Bouncing iron skull venom spitting turtles is such a brutal imagination of an enemy. I mean, I think these games, their reputation for difficulty is well deserved. I don't like this axe so much. I don't like the way it kind of angles up away from me. It's of course it's nice when the ground is angling up away from me, but that only happens a very small portion of the time. This is yeah. This is rough. Hey, you can still attack when you're the old man. I don't think you can't do that in... Can you do that in Super Ghouls and Ghosts? I don't remember. It's been so long. Can you become an old man in Super Ghouls and Ghosts? There's a baby. You can't become an old man in that game. And none of them attack. Yeah. Sword it is. Oh. All the transformations in SG&G are helpless, yeah. The baby, maiden, seal. There's also a wasp. Right? I think if the magician hits you when you've got the bronze armor, I think that's where the wasp where you get the wasp transformation in SG&G. Which, I mean, it's a super rare occurrence. It's like, how do you get hit by the magician when you have the bronze armor of all things? It's so weird. The timing there was unfortunate. And I still haven't hit a checkpoint. Oh no. Happy 420. Oh, the time. I was thinking you had the date wrong. Go away, axe. Go away. I don't want this axe. I don't think the weapons despawn. Maybe if I walk away and come back. But I'm kind of afraid it's like you know, it's gonna be there forever. It is gonna be here forever. It's not worth it. No, Loyal. That's not legal in my part of the world. Oh, where'd that come from? How rude. I think the checkpoint is right after that. There's someone throwing stones. Whoop. Memorizing. Props to the people who have memorized where all the trap doors are on these bridges, because my goodness. Poor Arthur. It is a great game. I'm having a good time. I don't mind, you know, struggling my way to victory. I don't know how I didn't get hit by that. It seems that the turtles' hitboxes extend further behind them than they do in front. I think that's why running under them is so difficult. Because I got really close to the front of that turtle and survived. And there have been times where I felt like I had passed completely under one and still failed, so. Okay. Don't get hit by the surprise. Ah! Oh, of course, it's you. Oh no, I'm gonna fight this guy with a melee weapon? What am I thinking? Oh, that was easy. That guy's a joke. Easiest red devil in the series. Good luck. I'm really scared. So the thing that scares me the most about this game is that the continue screen has a timer on it. I have a very bad track record of getting distracted while those continue timers are counting down and having to restart games on stream. I have a very bad track record at that. We might make it to the end of Loop 2, and then I destroy our playthrough because I get distracted. It's very likely to happen. I think I just had it down to a jump pattern. Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those things, right? You know, it's just repeated playthroughs. You build the familiarity. You know, all the things that seem so hard to me. I know I know deep down it's only because I haven't played the game all that much. So I realize in my head that this sword weapon cannot be very good. I mean, a melee weapon versus a projectile? Projectile every time, right? But in my heart, I want it to be good because it's a sword. And if I'm a knight, I should have a sword, right? Oh. Hey, there's our key. If you're a knight, you use a sword. It's just what you do. That sound effect sounds so negative. It sounds like I'm not doing damage. Oh, there's the torch. Let's use it. Alright, cool. This is very similar to the torch in Resurrection. I think. You got anything good for me? You most certainly do. No, I'm trapped. No. Oh. Oh, see, right there. I was just talking about getting distracted during the countdown. It almost happened right there. All right. Opie Kimbo, welcome to the stream. Good to see you, Opie. I'm glad to see that you've been streaming a bit again. I haven't really been able to drop by. This time hasn't allowed it, but I'm happy to see you're back. Nice beanie also. Thank you. Yeah, I've been wearing this for a while. Basically ever since I moved to the basement, kind of. I've had a beanie on during the stream. And Jelly, welcome in, Jelly. You came in at just the right time. Just in time to watch me get trapped and crushed. Loyal says I love classic PB&J. I have that for dinner sometimes. No worries at all. Glad to get back into it, being a bit more active. The torch is, as usual, the torch is a rough weapon. Okay, I can actually throw at diagonals. It's very difficult. I find it very difficult to actually hit a diagonal in this game, but it is interesting to know it's possible. I definitely need another weapon. hopping into more folk streams as well, which is nice. I'm always happy to have you around. This is Ghouls and Ghosts on the Sega Genesis. We already finished our run through the NES Ghosts and Goblins. I beat that one at the start of the stream, and now we've moved on to this one. I've never actually beaten this game, not the Genesis version. I've beaten. There's a port of this on the PlayStation 2. I've beaten it there. And actually, now that I think about it, I think I've beaten it once on the PS2 and once on the PSP. It's the same version on both of those. Which, I mean, they're all basically, all the ports of Ghouls and Ghosts are basically the same. It's just mostly a matter of just visual and sound quality. I'm gonna get squished again because there's too many enemies in the way. No! Oh, what a terrible fate. Ooh, is that the knife? Is that what the knife looks like? It is. All right. Okay. Now we've unlocked easy mode. A knife and gold armor? Is it Christmas? Oh, well, so long, armor. It was nice to know you. We are riding on a tongue. That's probably just a magician. Ooh. What was the bottom of that floating island was spiky? It was Christmas for a whole 2 seconds. Shortest holiday. Oh. Sorry, Opie, I'm started to read that. This game makes chat a little difficult to keep up with properly. Oh, goodness. Okay. I'm going to do a massive playthrough of all the Nintendo Switch NES Online games. When I hit 400 followers, Ghosts and Goblins scares me the most for the first playthrough. Oh, I hope I'm there for that. You gonna do the standard versions or the SP versions? The SP versions, they usually add in things like that make the game a little bit more manageable. Like I think Metroid SP gives you more health, for example. I mean, you know what I'm like. I'm gonna tell you, you know, do the regular version. 2 loops, no save states. Because I'm a maniac. But of course you do you. Great job. Thank you. Thank you. I like this place. I like these green crystals. This is a good looking level. Oh, that's an enemy. I thought he was a scenery obstacle. I mean, I knew he fired at me. I can tell you I beat Super Ghouls and Ghosts in my first playthrough, but I won't mention how I probably used 100 save states to do it. Yeah, Super Ghouls and Ghosts I find harder to beat. Everything in Ghosts and Goblins is like on like a 1-to-1 level. Everything in Ghosts and Goblins is harder than Super Ghouls and Ghosts, except the final challenge in Super Ghouls and Ghosts is so unmanageable that it makes the game overall more difficult. Bigger health sounds nice, but I've already done a poll in Discord for save states or no save states, and no save states seems to be winning. No, I really think I think it's fine if people like to use it, if people want to use save states when they play games or whatever. I mean, I think people should play games however they want. I mean, you know, if I'm making the leaderboard, am I gonna, you know, count your win as legitimate if you use save states? No, but should you necessarily care what I think about the way that you played a game? No. So, I mean, that's the way I see it. I need to not take that top route. You're making me afraid for it, Frownie. It's tough. It's tough. It takes a while to beat. But you've got it. You've got it. I'm confident you can pull it off, Opie. I mean, yeah. I mean, I did it. If I did it, you can do it. No! Oh, it was going so well. Right on. Even if it takes several streams of just that game, I'm going to beat it. Hey, there's nothing wrong with taking several streams to beat a game. I've been working on the Echo the Dolphin for like I've been on the last stage of Echo the Dolphin for like 20 hours now on stream. I could not beat the last stage of that game. It is crushing me. Okay, if I remember right, I think this is a checkpoint. Spikes everywhere. I don't like these green crystals anymore. Did I mention that? These green crystals have lost all their appeal. Ah! Hey, I found the shortcut. There's that one game for each of us, right? I hope it's just that one game. I can't believe how long my Echo playthrough has lasted me. I actually feel like the knife is non-advantageous here. Oh, an enemy spawn and get destroyed instantly. I'm pretty sure that spiky ball would hurt me. Oh. Oh, I was supposed to go down. I thought that green enemy over there, I thought it was another platform. Why'd they make them the same color? I thought I was jumping from platform to platform. I didn't know I was going for a ride. Earlier when you said you liked them, all I could think was, you won't soon. Oh! Yeah, you called it, Itty. Are we gonna do Echo next? No, I'm not doing Echo today. We will play more Echo. I will beat that game on the stream. I don't care if it takes me 100 hours for the last level. We will come back to it. I've got a password, you know, for the level I'm on. There's no... If a game with a password system, really, there's no excuse to not ever come back to it. This boss, they just basically flat out reused for, resurrection. Except I don't remember these big things coming out of the back. When I played this on the PlayStation 2, this boss here was a real struggle for me. So I'd be really happy to beat it on our first try right now. Come on, become vulnerable. Why can't I attack? Oh no. Oh no, it's the beginning of the end. Why are these orange things invincible? No. Oh, it was the last one. I was so close. Oh yeah, we get to restart here. I don't remember if the checkpoints... I don't think the checkpoints are at the bosses on the PS2. I have to double check that. The boss checkpoints make this real easy. Says the guy who hasn't beaten it. Orange guy, get out of here, man. Oh, I can reach it from over here? Actually, I can't tell. Oh, easy. Easy boss. What are you stuck on? I'm stuck on the last level of Echo. Great job. Thank you. Thank you. I think we're probably at the next to last level of Loop 1 now. You can fire into the walls in this game? I can't fire into the wall. I can fire down into the floor. I can't fire into the wall. That was very close. Oh, there's two of them. Oh, no. I would not have run in so boldly if I had known there were two. Fighting this guy is actually a lot like fighting him in Ghosts and Goblins. I mean, fighting him's always kind of the same. That guy up there, he walked right into a trap. Yeah, I'm gonna eliminate as many of these guys as I can from below. No! Yes! Very good. Agreed. Couldn't have been better. Okay, will you give me some space, man? No? Oh, rude. Well, that felt like luck. Oh, no! Oh, that guy wasn't even the boss. Huh. Weird. This game, something weird that happens in both of these games is the head of the stage 1 boss becomes an enemy trapped in the wall in the castle at the end of the game. That happens in this and Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Like, that's a weird thing to be a theme in the game. Like, in both games, we're gonna take the stage 1 boss, we're gonna remove his head and stick it to the wall in the castle at the end of the game. Like, what? I get why they would do it once, but it's weird that they thought for the second game, they're like, remember that thing we did for the first game? We're gonna do that. Oh my goodness. It's not the same pattern. I don't know what it was doing. Okay, and then I gotta go fight 2 of these guys? I don't know if I could have avoided that or not, but I was just like, it's like I just watch, I'll decide, go up or down, and then I saw 2 at the same time, and was paralyzed with indecision. Nope. What was going on with this fireball? I can't believe I was able to pass through that. His firebar went invisible, and it was so weird, but like, it wasn't just that it was invisible, but it was actually non-existent. Oh no, how many of these guys are there? Oh. Oh, thank goodness. I'm really happy that I didn't drop another one of those guys. Drop a weapon on my head, or in my way. No, the fireball. I can't handle this situation. Not the ladder. Oh, excellent gameplay. Thank you. Thank you. Very kind of you to say. Unfortunately, it did all end up going south. What is the magic like? This is actually very familiar. Duplicate Arthur in Resurrection is so useless. It makes me hesitant to trust him. Okay, that was smooth. Okay, run before a lot of those guys can spawn. Be bold, be brave. Oh my goodness. Okay, boss time. Oh, gross. Gross. No, I was just about to charge my magic. Oh, easy, boss. Oh, that's it. I thought there would be another stage. Now, who's this wizard guy? Arthur, you've done well so far, but you will not be able to defeat Loki, who's behind the door. Go back to the village and get something. Get the magic power from the goddess of battle. Arthur, put on your magic armor and open the magic box. I'm sure that the goddess will appear. Good luck, Arthur. I believe. That you will defeat Loki. This game tells you how to get the weapon you need. So one of the things that I was never, like as a kid, I was never able to beat Super Ghouls and Ghosts as a kid because I never understood how to find the bracelet. This game tells you how to do it in the game. The manual in Super Ghouls and Ghosts doesn't even tell you how to find the bracelet. It gives you a hint that led me down the wrong direction for all of my childhood. It tells you to pay attention to the fairies. And by the fairies, I thought it meant the little imp enemies. And so I was like, one of them has the bracelet, and I scoured the game in the wrong direction for years. All right, so we've done one loop. We're halfway there. You really just have to assume every chest you open is going to be a magician. Because they really usually are. Living on a prayer. Ugh, I feel like I got so lucky with those wind enemies. I want that chest, but I don't want to face all the obstacles required to obtain it. Whoa. I talked about level 2 being familiar because of Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection, but I mean... Whoa. I got lucky there. I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that coming. I just happened to move out of the way. Ooh. Just run past everything. Killed him almost completely off screen. Gripwald, welcome in. No, this is regular Ghouls and Ghosts. This is Ghouls and Ghosts on the Sega Genesis. Super Ghouls and Ghosts is next. We're halfway through this one, and when we make it through, so we did Ghosts and Goblins on the NES first, and that went really well. That was our warm-up game, and yeah, I got through it. So far as like time is concerned, I think it was by far the fastest I've ever gone through that game. And then this one, I've never beaten the Genesis version, but we're halfway to a victory. And if we pull this one off, which I'm pretty confident we will, it's proving to be pretty easy as these games go. After this one, we're going to do Super Ghouls and Ghosts as our victory lap. You think we're 48% finished? I guess I round a lot more loosely. No! I see a fireball in my future. Oh. How do we know that Agent Frownie is not clairvoyant? Feels good to be wrong. Ooh, nice escape. Good job, Arthur. Oh, I don't feel right about that. Alright, you can come along. I don't mind if you follow me through the whole rest of the stage. Have you ever played Driver on PS1? I think I've played a little bit of Driver too. I don't think I've ever actually played Driver. But either way, even Driver 2, like I didn't play it like oh, I'm gonna sit down and try to beat this game. I played it like I was at a friend's house and he was like, you know, take a look at this cool game. And I ran around aimlessly a bit. Yeah, that's exactly it, Loyal. I can't stand the PlayStation. I would never play a PlayStation game. I think they're all trash. You got me. You know, that's why I just played Oddworld, Bushido Blade, and Brave Fencer Musashi. Because I dislike the PlayStation so much. Oddworld might make you dislike the PlayStation. If you didn't dislike the PlayStation before, Oddworld might make you dislike it. That game can be frustrating. It could be a lot of fun, but it could be a lot of frustration too. That game's got a barrier for entry. Literally, it's one of the actions you can perform on the controller. No, I didn't grow up with the PlayStation, so like I don't know. There's so much of it that I don't know. I'm just now getting into it real late in the game. Just like the Genesis, I've only played, you know, I've only played, you know, like maybe 4 or 5 PlayStation games. I've only played maybe 4 or 5 Genesis games, a little bit more Genesis games because I've played a few Sonics. But it's really only been on the stream that I've had any meaningful experience with the Genesis or the PlayStation. They are largely whole new worlds to me. What? I don't know what was happening. I don't know what was happening there. Haru, welcome back. We've moved on. We've progressed to game 2. Ghouls and Ghosts on the Genesis. If you stream a lot of Ghouls and Ghosts, I think these guys with their tongue platforms, I think they make a good animated emote. No. Victory. What would that animated emote signify? It wouldn't signify anything. Just, I don't know. A lot of people seem to do emotes where they don't really have an emotion attached. They're just sprites from the games they like. And maybe I don't spend enough time in these streams. Maybe I just don't know what emotion they're supposed to convey, but I can think of a few examples. Like Mazin has a lot of like Castlevania sprites, but they don't all seem to signify emotions. Or like Bella or Jeff has a holy water sprite, and I don't know what that signifies, other than I like Castlevania. That weapon is the best. Oh no, I picked up the fire. The knife? The holy water? Tell you what, the holy water is doing really well for me right here. No! Why'd I open my mouth? I need to just stream in silence, because everything I say comes back to bite me. I thought there was another chest up here. I was wrong about where it was, but... Oh, 2 magicians back to back? How rude. I actually kind of didn't want the knife. I was pretty happy with the holy water. I see that there's a chest that spawns up there behind me, but I'm always too in a rush to worry about it. Oh, this one spawned in front of me. Be something good. Another magician! Oh, thank you for the lurk, Haru. No, go back up. Go back up, Arthur. No. Oh, I'm still alive. That time my shortcut really was a shortcut. Oh, that platform is deadly. Oh, that's the base of the platform. I thought that perhaps it was a situation where some of the platforms were deadly and some were not. Whoa. Just to fool me. No! Ah! If I spawn both the chests, I'm trapped. Oh. The chests in this game are disgusting. Everything in them's a nightmare. I take it back. For now. Whoa. Let's see that magician. There's another one. I know there's got to be a cycle to them, like well, there didn't have to be, but I'm pretty sure that there's a cycle to them, like you know, like with SGNG. That's not. How many chests exist here? That's not even the right place. This doesn't seem so awful to have. But whatever the pattern is, it includes way too many magicians. I mean, if you open 5 chests, you can be certain that 4 of them are going to be magicians. Okay, what's the magic for this look like? That looks incredibly useless. Hey, must be the bracelet. Well, it's got pretty pitiful range. At least with no armor. it is a little better with the armor. This chest has me trapped now, though. Oh, it's going to be a magician, though. He'll get out of the way. No. I had no idea where I was jumping to, so that was lucky. I have to, when I jump and I throw the weapon downward, I have to wait until the end of my jump. Because if I throw it downward from the top of my jump, it doesn't, at least with no armor, it doesn't, the power-up doesn't last long enough to reach the enemy's weak spot. Oh, this is a nasty situation. Well, I feel like I made an error coming over here. This is a tough place to live. I don't think I've hit that. I don't think I hit that one in the middle a single time, did I? I felt like I threw 1,000 shots at it and not a single one landed. This is horrible. Being stuck here with this weapon. Oh, I'm afraid it'd be faster to restart the whole game. We were down to 1. How was I down to 1? I never even hit that one over there. You'll get it. Thank you for the vote of confidence. I am feeling despair. I'm feeling a lot of despair. Oh, this is no fun. I've gotten myself into a terrible situation. You have to leave in 25 minutes. Well, we will enjoy your company while it lasts, Haru. I'll probably still be on this boss the entire time. Hey, thank you for the hydration. I'll enjoy that as soon as I get a moment. Between lives here. That is not acceptable. It wasn't hitting me. Why? I'm able to stand there for 98% of its return voyage, and then I get hit. I'm not even close. It's just a matter of grinding attempts until I get lucky. There's nothing I can do. The snakes are random. Oh, I got better odds of winning the lottery than beating this. Don't ever pick up the bracelet. That is the worst mistake I ever made. Oh, where's Echo the Dolphin when you need it? Oh. That's gonna end me. Well, I'd like to get off this corner now, please. Life is so bad right now. Now I remember why I never played any Ghosts and Goblins game for more than 15 minutes. You're missing out. You're missing out, Gripwald. Look at all the fun I'm having. I can't turn around. I can't hit it from here anymore. Oh, thank goodness. Get me out of here. What a nightmare. What an awful, awful existence that was. That's no way to live. Don't do it. Don't pick up the bracelet. Oh. The agony. The agony. Oh no. At least as an old man I could attack. Thank you, thank you. I knew it was a magician. I was counting on it. I was firing at him, and I still couldn't do it. These bone dragons are kind of a cool enemy. The end is nigh. We shall see. Let's not count our chickens before they've hatched. This game must have the easiest version of the Red Devil. This has magic? No. It has a magic meter, but it doesn't actually charge. Whoa, they're not behaving exactly the same. I was expecting... Oh, a fireball went right through me. That was lucky. Oh, no! I better not open that chest when there are eyeballs about. Okay, just like last time. Rush, rush, rush. What was that? Did that boss even exist? That was crazy easy. That was the exact opposite of the previous boss. The previous boss was so impossibly hard. He's destroying the floor. I need that floor, man. Okay, do we get to start back at him? We do. Alright, we've got this. He may be taking me down, but his days are numbered. Oh, I can stand up here? Oh. Alright, so long, devil. Victory. Congratulations. Loki restored the ghouls and ghosts world, which had vanished 3 years ago. Arthur has finally defeated Loki, warrior the strongest in the world. Arthur had known at the time when he defeated the demon that the ghouls and ghosts world might be restored someday. He prepared for the new enemy by improving weapons and giving magic power to each weapon. If it had not been for the magic power, even Arthur could have been defeated long before he reached Loki. On top of the magic power, Arthur obtained the Psycho Cannon. Form Valkyr, then after a dreadful battle, he finally defeated Loki. People's souls which had been captured in Loki's body were released, and the Princess of Hus was revived. The earth has been restored in its peaceful self thanks to Knight Arthur. However, there is no reason the ghouls and ghosts world will not be restored by someone someday. Is Arthur's battle truly over? What a long text crawl at the end. Thank you for the awesome job. Thank you for the GG. Amazing translation, it seems. I feel like a lot of that information could have been, like, told at the opening. All right, well, we did it. We did it. That's the first time I've beaten this one on the Genesis. First time I've done this game on stream. Feels good to be done. This is one of the few games that I actually that I have the box and manual for. It's so rare for me. Almost all my games are loose, but this one I got the case. I got the manual too. It's very nice. Now let's see what Nintendo don't. That's what's next. We've done 2 of them. We've got 1 more left. Super Ghouls and Ghosts. That's our victory lap. Super Ghouls and Ghosts is probably of the 3, it's the one I'm best at. The end ? So thank you for enjoying this with me. It wasn't really that bad until I got myself game over. It wasn't that bad. The game is actually really easy until I got myself in that real conundrum there with the bracelet on that one boss. That is a terrible mix. Don't do that. If I hadn't done that, we would have beat it like half an hour faster. This part here with the jumping turtles, I think this is the hardest like level segment. I feel like this is the hardest level segment in the game. I struggle there each time. And then yeah, that green slug boss is the most difficult boss. Everything else we got through pretty easily. It's alright. I like being able to fire in multiple directions, but I don't like it as much as I like being able to double jump in the next game. That weapon was very powerful, but it's because of its range, it's not good for that boss, because that boss's weak spots are so deep inside its body, and also that boss has just all those orange snakes that it produces are invincible, so it doesn't really matter how powerful the weapon is when the thing it's coming into contact with is invincible. But alright, thank you for enjoying this with me, my friends. If you want to come along for Super Ghouls and Ghosts, that's next. I just need you to stand by one moment while I switch the console over. We're gonna get right to it. So I'll see you again in just a few seconds. All right, and we're back. Thank you for standing by, my friends. Sorry, it took longer than I thought it was going to. I haven't. Don't think I've played a Super NES game since I moved my consoles around. I had to go find a controller. But I've got it, and we're good to go. Magic Card Trader, welcome to the stream. Very pleased to have you with us today. Happy Friday. It's fine as long as you have the right weapon. Yeah, the dagger is best I recall. Pretty much, so far, like, I'm not completely expert in the whole series, but every game that I've played, the dagger is far and away the best thing to use. I don't want to say that all the other weapons are useless, but they kind of are. They kind of are, at least in comparison. So, professional mode. Here we go. That weird spinning axe. I only used the axe a little bit. I only picked it up once during that playthrough. So we've had our fun with Ghosts and Goblins. We've had our fun with Ghouls and Ghosts. Now on my favorite game, Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Eddie says, I honestly think the bow is better in Super, at least. From the ice level through the end, every enemy is upward. Yeah, I would say, yeah, you have a point there, especially if you're powered down. If you have the gold armor and the dagger, we could quibble about what's better. But if you're powered down, the bow 100%. Because, I mean, yeah, the dagger can't go upward, but if you can spam dragons... So, you know, I'm not a speedrunner at this game. This might not look like masterful play, but we're gonna make it through pretty handily and pretty quickly, I would expect. I usually do. It's been a couple months since I played. I think the last 2 times I played this game, though, we actually made it through in one life. I had two deathless runs back to back. I don't know if I've played it since then. But I don't want to overpromise. Like, I'm fully expecting to die a few times. I'm bad at using the dragon attack, so I don't care for it. Yeah, I think that the bow, the problem for me is the bow. Like, I love the unpowered bow because it's got, like you said, it's got that upward trajectory. It's so useful. But once it powers up, I find the homing missiles to be so frustrating. I do a good enough job getting hit and killed on my own. I don't need my weapons wandering off on me mid-battle. Yay, I was hoping it'd be one of those guys so I could grab that money bag. I know this guy, like, you can jump really deep into this enemy sprite and attack him super fast. But I tend to not take risky approaches to things. Great job, thank you. I really wish you could make that jump. I always try for it, and I know it can't happen, but in my heart, I always want it to. To jump off that chest and make it up here. Should have picked up that money bag. Oh no! Oh no! Did you see there was a glitch there for just a second? I don't know if the capture caught it. It looks like it did. We might have a crash waiting for us. That's worrying. I should have given the heads up that there's going to be a lot of that, a lot of those screen flashes in this area. I didn't think about it this time. I've got four instances of the game visible to me when I stream, and they're all desynced from one another. So when the screen flashes, like, I see 4 unique flashes every time, all slightly offset from each other. I feel like I'm a celebrity on the red carpet. Everybody's taking my picture. Right, we just get a moment with our thoughts now. The calm before the boss. This boss here, I think this is the second hardest boss in the game. I missed. Speaking of not being great with the dragon. Oh, you can't actually cross over the boss. I think I learned that before, but I forgot. You can't fight him from the right-hand side. That's weird. That's weird that it's like that. You make this look easy. Thank you. I'm pretty decent at it. Just lots of practice. And I've got every advantage right now. I mean, I'm powered up. I've got the best weapon. I feel like a lot of the weapons are simultaneously good in this. The Javelin's lightning attack is best for that boss. Easy to hit and only takes 4. Yeah, I think it takes 3 hits with the dragon, but it's much harder to aim. I love this part. You just walk off. I love doing that. That's one of my favorite things. This part's tough. Ooh. Oh, thank you on that axe. I want to make the time sometime. So, like, Itarama on his stream has done a lot of challenge runs of just going through the game with only one weapon, like going through the game with each of the weapons, regardless of their quality. And I like that idea. I've only ever done that with the torch myself. And that was a long time ago, before I started streaming, and boy, was it hard. Ah! I always wish I had the crossbow here. Speaking of the torch. Torch only still eludes me. It's so rough. Oh. Things have gone real bad. I lost my power and got a pretty terrible weapon. We've definitely added some drama to our playthrough now. Those rocks can hit you when they're moving to the right. I never believed that was true, but it happened to me. I didn't think they had hitboxes when he was spitting them out toward the right. It just got real, yeah. Whoa, I feel like I never see him shoot him to the left. That was weird. It's always to the right or up. That was strange. I like when I see things that I don't see that often, though. I recently did a run where I picked up every weapon that dropped. Wasn't so bad after doing the individual ones. Yeah, I've played it like that a few times. Where I try to get every weapon. That's a pretty fun way to play. But that can be challenging. I haven't done the individual runs with each weapon, so I imagine that I've struggled with it a lot more than you did. Nice. I kind of forget about these chests a lot of times. There's another chest over in that area that we just passed. I think it's over there. It can't be spawned. It can't be spawned because the trigger point is inside the wall. The chest magic might be able to spawn it, but I've never tried. I think that's where it is. I've just heard about it. The trick to the scythe of the axe is never lose the gold armor. Let's go back for the shield. Those spikes are trickier jumps than they look like. Their hitboxes extend where you wouldn't expect. And if you're ever going to play this deathless, always wait for that guy. Trying to beat that guy, that vertical guy there, ruined so many of my deathless attempts. I feel like that was close timing with that dragon. I can do most of the game deathless except the auto-scroll. Yeah, this place is full of troubles. Everything here, well, not everything, but so much of this looks edible. Like I'm floating on a piece of cherry pie through a land of blueberry cobbler. And then here, the floor looks like a really like cheesy meatball pizza with the toppings under the cheese. My alarm's going off. That guy upstairs. I don't like him. This flower over here. A real run destroyer, this flower is. You wake up. Okay. Ooh, I threw that at a bad time. Stop, you're making me hungry. I like grinding out these deathless challenges, but it's been a while since I've actually accomplished one because the one I've been working on has treated me so poorly. I've been trying to beat Contra. I've been trying to do a deathless run through the original Contra on NES with no power-ups. I've done it with power-ups. And I've gotten so close now on my no power-up run. I made it all the way to the room where the last boss lives. And I died like a footstep away from the final boss. For your single weapon runs, Itty, are you using ROMs that have been modified to start you off with the different weapons? Because I imagine you've done Tri-Blade only, right? But you can't pick that up until late in the game normally. I love the second part of this level. All the, like, ice and crystals here. Because I'd need to get an EverDrive to do some of those on my SNES. The avalanches are so inconsistent. Sometimes they just don't even show up. I feel like this is the worst looking boss in the game. He's got the only non-damaging attack too. Other than the magician. I reset for them, have done all the ones you can get at the start, except the torch. Okay. Very good, thank you. Alarm's still going off. I thought that was gonna get him. It didn't. Where are you, man? I don't like... He's in control right now, and I don't like that. There we go. Tri-Blade, I plan to get it, finish the loop, then do loop 2 with... Okay. It's a shame there's not like a whole bunch of it's a shame there's not a whole bunch of ROM hacks or homebrews for this out there where people have made like original levels and stuff. I guess it's good. I guess it's good because I'd become nothing but a Super Ghouls and Ghosts ROM hack streamer if there were a whole bunch of them. I guess in that respect it's good. Yes, I really am using a dragon to attack that little tiny enemy. Those imps are some of the most fiendish enemies in the game. This is always scary. See, look, level 1 boss. Got his head stuck in the wall in the castle. Same as last game. It's so weird. So you can jump past these guys to get past them really quickly, but I never do. I have trouble pulling it off. Oh no! Our dreams are fading! That was bad. That was no way to try and avoid that laser. Will you back off of my corner a little bit? Thank you. Ooh, I did it again. That is not the way to dodge those. Come on, I'm not gonna have time to fight your brother. You're taking up all my time, man. I'm fighting him so scared. Oh. Whoa! A little bonus laser there, huh? A parting gift. Where's your... What are you doing? What's this guy up to? There it is. I was wondering, was he glitched? Where's the big laser? Come on, big laser. I'm scared to jump. Oh, that clock is ticking down, my friends. Oh, there we go. First death. That's sad. I tried so hard. I tried so hard. Ah, well. Where's the chest? There we go. Hey, carefully. No, I woke him up. You can jump up on that corner without waking him up. This isn't right. This isn't right. These are both... Did I not spawn the chest downstairs? These are both supposed to be armor. Why is the pattern off? Those chest spawns were not correct. Unless I didn't spawn the chest downstairs, but I thought I jumped off of it. I must have spawned it. Oh well. What are you gonna do? Welcome to Super Ghouls and Ghosts, where the rules apply when they feel like it. Alright, rematch. No. I was thinking, I've got armor, I can be bolder, and then I immediately lost it and could no longer be bold. Alright, there's one. This guy's being weird. Ooh. Right up against the fire. It's been so very long since I fought these guys without dragons. Or the bracelet. But I'm getting lots of opportunities right now. Come on, don't run the time limit out on me. Ooh. Alright, let's see what's going on here. I definitely spawned that chest. You can actually, if you're really bold, you can jump over there and fight him from that ledge immediately in front of his face. If you do it real quick, you can take him out before he can hit you, but... I don't make a lot of moves like that. There we go. This is not right. I don't know why it's... Soda Wave, welcome in. Welcome to Super Ghouls and Ghosts. I'm struggling a bit. I'm struggling a lot. But we're having fun. I hope your weekend is off to a good start. Alright, I'm going to open it this time. You don't actually have to open chests to move the progression forward. Normally. The game seems to insist that I do right now. You have to spawn them. They're supposed to provide items in a reliably predictable order, but I don't know what's going on. But the order's determined by the order you spawn them in, not the order you open them in. That's why I'm so confused about what's happening with the two chests up here. Because it's supposed to be item, armor if you don't take any hits. And I keep getting extra items. Look, it really is wrong. Huh. I'm gonna pick this up and assume I'm gonna take a hit at some point and be reduced to the good arrows. Yeah, I've beaten the other two this stream. We've done them in order. So we've already done Ghosts and Goblins and Ghouls and Ghosts. What am I doing? Chests over here, not over there. I don't know what's going on with these chests. I don't know what is going on. These patterns are impossible. It's being very wonky right now. Amazing. Thank you. Yeah, so Ghouls and Ghosts, I'd never actually beaten the Genesis version until, just moments ago. I'd beaten the PlayStation, the version that's ported to PlayStation 2. So it was fun to finally do it on the Genesis. It turned out to be surprisingly easy. Alright, well, I took no damage, but, I mean, now I can stand back and be really, like, just really kind of cheese these guys. If I don't take any hits. Ever play the Maximo games? I have not played them yet. I've sampled just a very small amount, like part of a level of the first one, and I've got them both in my collection. I'm gonna do them on stream sometime. They seem fun. Yeah, my impression is, at least from what I remember, I have positive expectations. The clock. The clock is getting me. Oh, thank goodness we're out of here. What a struggle that turned into. We sailed smoothly, one life, all the way to that boss, and then I just got pulverized so many times. Taking that damage at the last second was the best thing that could have happened to me, because it upgraded my arrows. The non-upgraded arrows are so much better than the upgraded arrows, it's crazy. The princess's dialogue spawns, her dialogue prints so slowly across the screen. She's the only person I know that talks slower than I do. The only weapon that gets an upgrade with the loss of armor. It does. Let's have some fun. Let's play with the torch. Someday it will be safe to go down there. The torch is really powerful. Has a horrible trajectory. It looks cool. I mean, it's blue fire. Who doesn't like that? It's got pretty lame magic. These, like, protective orbs. I don't know. They're not great. Stuff can still get between them pretty easily. The orbs. These towers. The skulls fall out of these towers so fast on loop 2. Yep, that checks out. For whatever reason, so like I said, the chests spawn items in predictable patterns, and they kind of do. But one of the other thing is like there are certain chests that have a higher probability of being things outside the pattern. Like that chest out there on that pillar has a really strong chance of being a bear trap, like you just saw. And there are a couple chests that have a really good chance of being armor. When any other chest normally wouldn't be. It's very very odd. All right, let's hang out with the bracelet. Let's just go wild. We've already lost some lives, so we just might as well just have some real fun. I don't remember if the powered down axe, so like the powered up axe, I can only throw one at a time. I only have one at a time on screen. I think with the powered down axe, you can have two at a time. It might be the scythe I'm thinking of, or it might be both. That's a pretty awful thing the game likes to do with some of these weapons, though, is when it powers it up, it decreases the number you're allowed to throw. It's really bad if you're like me and you just want to spam your weapon constantly. Wow, I don't think I ever knew that. If you throw an axe at the top of the screen and it goes off the screen, it despawns. I didn't think I was gonna get that. That is unfortunate. As much as it was fun to play around with the axe for a little while, fighting this boss with the axe is not something that I want to try. I mean, yeah, that's true. It has magic, but I'm suspicious of my ability to not lose my armor during the battle. Nice catch. No. I was scared of what was gonna be in that chest. I don't want to be locked on the wrong side of it. Alright, and here we go, and whee! Alright, Red Devil. Oh no. I missed my first opportunity to hit him. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Ah. Getting myself into all kinds of ugliness there. Sure, we'll take the knife. I know it's less interesting, but it's... I mean, my back's to the wall a little bit here right now. That part right there is just always a mess. Wow, a lot of cycles. Oh, so long, centipede. What am I doing? I don't need to fight that guy. Gamer dude. Welcome to the stream. Hope your weekend is off to a good start. Ghosts and Goblins games are fun and challenging. I couldn't agree more. I love them. So this game right here, this is my answer when people ask me what is your favorite game. It's Super Ghouls and Ghosts. This is my favorite game. I love it. I'm also a big fan of Ghosts and Goblins. Ghouls and Ghosts I don't know as well. I've only played through it a few times. But we've already done those two. We did Ghosts and Goblins on the NES. We did Ghouls and Ghosts on the Genesis. And we're finishing up with Super Ghouls and Ghosts on the SNES right now. We're on the second loop, about halfway through the second loop. And it's going alright. Loop 1 went really smoothly. I almost made it through Loop 1 with no deaths, but things fell apart right at the end of Loop 1. I don't think we've died yet on Loop 2. It's possible I did and just forgot, but I don't think we have yet. Genesis, SNES, and PSP are your favorites since you didn't play the NES? Yeah, the port of this on the PSP is pretty good. The only thing I don't like about it is it doesn't have the professional difficulty. I don't think it has a difficulty setting at all. I think it's just... I don't think there's an option for it, if I remember right. I'm back, and he's still going. Welcome back, Professor. You want this to be harder? Yeah. Oh yeah, the knife is crazy OP. Well, that's all right. This was just supposed to be a fun. This was just supposed to be a fun playthrough, not really a challenge playthrough. I've picked up a couple other weapons here and there. I would have stuck to knife only if we hadn't lost any lives, but then I thought, might as well mess around at least with a couple other weapons. But it's mostly been the knife. You got this. Thank you for the vote of confidence. I'm fairly certain we'll do all right. Oh, I wasn't where I thought I was. I was thinking, oh, the Red Devil's coming up any moment now. I still had another half a hallway to go down. Retro games are nostalgia and still amazing. Completely agree. Yeah, retro stuff is most of what I do. I've been playing a couple games on the Switch here lately, but the overwhelming majority of what I normally play is retro. Hands off. Oh, go Frownie, go. Thank you for cheering me on, Professor. Great job. Thank you. Thank you, Jamie and Gary. There we go. That's how I needed to get that guy last time. Let's run right underneath him. Oh, he moved out of the way. That was a defensive dragon. I knew my aim was going to be off on that one, but I needed the iframes. The others I just missed. Here we go. That takes care of him. The nice catch dialogue you get when you pick up the key has nothing to do with whether you actually catch the key. If you're holding up when you touch the key, it says nice catch. Even if it's been on the ground for hours. Defensive Dragon, good band name. Just, don't need to jump. Just dragon. Dragons everywhere. Dragons for everyone. Oh. If it's on the ground, they're just saying it sarcastically. You know, I never interpreted it like that, but you're right. I was waiting for that guy to throw a fireball. I wanted to time it so it passed through me. Oh, whoa, whoa. Why the magician? That's where I usually pick up my bracelet. Rude. Use the torch sometimes. The torch is really strong. The torch isn't all bad. It is really strong. And it's got a lot of style. I've done a playthrough off stream with the... that was torch only, but just through the first loop. I couldn't make it through the second loop. Or I gave up, you know, before I made it. But I did one loop of torch only, and I've done playthroughs where I try to open every chest and pick up every weapon. So I gotta use a whole bunch of different ones, and that's a pretty fun way to play the game. This is rough because with no armor, your bracelet's attack power is determined by the quality of the armor you're wearing. And so, as you can probably imagine, when you're wearing no armor, you got very little attack power. It's also determined by proximity, but I'm too scared to get close to him. So each of my attacks is doing shockingly little damage right now. Have you played Battle Princess Madeline? Not yet. Not yet. I've heard it was inspired by this. Or by, you know, the franchise. Maybe not specifically this game, but... I don't know, my friends. That clock is sneaking up on me. Oh, we did it. Okay, good. So I think that was Loop 2 in one life. So we didn't I get the whole game in one life this time, but we did big chunks of it with no deaths. So that's pretty good. This guy here, we're done with the game, just like Ghosts and Goblins. This guy here is just a victory lap. There's not even any part of his sprite that can damage you. I know he's made of multiple sprites, but you get it. You can just jump right through him anywhere you want. All right, and we win. Here comes the princess. Victory. Thank you for the GG, gamer dude. Thank you for the trophies, Starlight. Get our extremely slow text crawl yet again. That last battle though, the end of the, you know, not that last boss, but the two guys before, that battle is always scary. My palms always sweat. Defeating both of those guys with the bracelet. That's why I think this is one of the most challenging games I've ever played. That one battle is so tough. So there's a couple Ghosts and Goblins games that I haven't finished. Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. I played through the first loop on Legend difficulty, and that is brutal. There were nights where sometimes I would play for 5 hours and not even make it to a checkpoint. That game is so hard. So I've got to finish that one. I've got more work to do in that one. There's also Ultimate Ghosts and Goblins on the PSP. I have that one. I've never really played it. And then the Maximo games, they're kind of spin-offs, but if you want to count them. So I've got more Ghosts and Goblins to do on the stream someday, but I don't know when I'm going to get around to them. Hi, YouTube. Why YouTube, Professor? What? Thought it was going to be a victory reel. Oh, no. So when I do repeat, I don't make victory reels for every playthrough of the game. I only make it for the first time we do it on the stream. Unless I complete a challenge run. Either it's for the first time we complete a game, or specifically for a difficult challenge run. All these last three guys, their names are wild. I know they pulled them from somewhere, but Nebiroth, Sardius, the other guy's named something like Astarotu or something. Five hours of G&G isn't considered a challenge run. What a gamer. I mean, you know. I like that ghosts are just called ghosts, yeah. The Red Aramer. Red Aramer Ace. The Princess. And our hero. Anonymous, thank you. Thank you for another, whoa. Thank you for another 2 gift subs. I really appreciate that, thank you. Conga Line Monkey and Jamie and Gary, take a key for coming in. You as well, gamer dude. Take a key for coming in. Anonymous, thank you. Wow, you're out of control. I don't know who you are, but I'm really happy you're here. Thank you. I really appreciate the support. Very generous of you. All right. Thank you for that. We are ending the stream here though. So the point of the early stream was actually to be a replacement for our regular nighttime stream. Normally I stream late at night, but we did an early one today, and I do afternoon streams, you know, every so often. But we're gonna wrap up here with this victory. We completed the 3 games that we wanted to complete: Ghosts and Goblins, Ghouls and Ghosts, Super Ghouls and Ghosts. All 3 of them beaten, and pretty good runs. Pretty good runs. You know, not my best run through Ghosts and Goblins. Maybe my best run through Ghouls and Ghosts. I don't know. I haven't played that one that much, but we beat it. So my first run on the Genesis, though. So I guess by default, my best of that version. And then this run, still a little ugly in the middle, but still really good overall. So feeling pretty good. We've had some great achievements. I always catch the end. Yake. I'm sorry. I hate to run off on you if you're just getting here. But I am at least very happy that you stopped by, and I can wish you a happy weekend. So I'll be back maybe Sunday night, but more likely Monday. Next week we're continuing our first playthroughs of Hollow Knight, the new Kirby game. We're almost done with that. We're about to finish it up. The Kirby and the Forgotten Land and the Wonderful 101. Those are things we're going to be continuing. Those are all kind of modern games, but there will be some retro stuff too. As soon as we've got some time, we're going to start up Majora's Mask, and you know, occasionally we'll probably pick up something random that strikes me, especially toward the end of the week. Good night. Thank you. Thanks, you too. No problem. All right, so here we are, my friends. Credits are wrapped up. We're going to head out on a raid. I'm pointing us in the direction of Master Tuesday. Master Tuesday, he is a good friend of the stream. He hangs out with us a lot, and so we should go and check out his stream. You'll probably want to give him a follow. He's a real nice guy. He's got a very chill stream. Right now he's playing a ROM hack of Ocarina of Time called Gold Quest, and it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here, Starlight. You as well. Soda Wave, good night. Good night. Hopefully I would get to enjoy your company again very soon, my friends. Like I said, I'll probably be back. Probably won't be back until next week. Those 4 games that I mentioned there, Hollow Knight, Kirby, Wonderful 101, and Majora's Mask, those should be what find their way onto the schedule, for sure. And then probably something else fun as well, somewhere toward the end of the week. So enjoy your weekend, my friends, and I'll see you at Master Tuesday stream.